Hello everybody, and welcome back to some more Final Fantasy XIV. So, what was it last time? Oh yeah, I did the other rank quests for patch 6.25, I believe it was. And I also did the relic weapon, some boss stuff, and basically just we did a bunch of things, like a bunch of smaller things essentially. And yeah, today my plan is to basically try and complete all of the patch 6.1 MSQ, because that came out back in March, I think, something like that, March or April. So yeah, it's been out for like half a year or so, and I have not done it yet. So we're gonna do that, but we're also gonna do really quickly the Omicron quest, so we can get to the next rip stage. So we do this stuff. So. And another question. It's the next quest we need to do.
Greetings, Shada. This unit commends your fulfillment of objectives relating to the care and feeding of Grabulov customers. Pescatarian menu items, in particular, have met with high approval ratings. Current mission is proceeding, as audio records indicate your people would say, swimmingly, ha ha ha. We've learned much from the Karolians and Grabulovs, and the last dregs is now the site of joyful cultural exchange. But don't take our word for it, come and see.
Okay. I guess we can also do maybe near the end of the stream, depending on, or if there's like gas where we just need to like sit and wait, because I do believe there is a dungeon I need to queue for. We did also have a new live letter today. I know a very small amount of things because I watched like a few minutes of a video going over it, but yeah, that was gonna be like a 30-minute video and I didn't really feel like watching it at the time, so yeah, all I know is that in patch 3.1 or 3.0. Let's see, 6.3. We're getting a dungeon. Apparently also the next, I guess, Alliance raid is gonna come out there as well. And then a very small amount of stuff. I guess spoilers for the MSQ, but it's like hardly anything. So yeah.
We should keep an eye on that one. They've already polished off 3 bowls of soup today. Well-fed Grabulovs provide important mission data. Soup-related sacrifices must be made.
Hey there, new people. Welcome to the stream. How did the debut go yesterday? I kind of had to like leave during it, so I didn't really get to watch all of it. But from what I saw, it looked like it went pretty well.
Oh ho. You like making customers happy. Admit it? This unit merely acknowledges customer satisfaction as more conducive to mission objectives than mutual hostility. Speaking of which, Patron 005 and Patron 006 should be closely monitored.
Good. Super overwhelmed at first. I mean, when I popped into the stream and rated you, I think you had like, I think it was like 20 to 30 viewers also at that time. I think it was around there. Plus, considering the fact that it's been a while since you last did any sort of streaming, I guess that would be a bit overwhelming to have that many viewers. I think you kind of, around the point where I had to leave, I think you had averaged around, or it lowered a bit to like around, I think, 15 viewers-ish. Yeah, from what I saw, it was a pretty good stream.
Try to change the subject on me. Well, why? Wait, who are Patron 005 and Patron 006?
Who are those white robe people? Oh wait, those are the ones from the dungeon.
Hail, newcome patrons. I, Jammingway, would like to personally welcome you to the Last Dregs. Can you tell me a bit about your home star?
So talk about how many that was. Alright. Yeah, I think these two are the ones from the last part of the Dead Ends. I believe it's called the dungeon. Like the last one in the 6.0.
Analyzing metaphysical waveform. Nihilism protocols activated. It has shared in our truth and shed the self. This is well. The universe, too, is finite. Only in death may we embrace true infinity. Did you just assassinate my barista? Why would you do that? Situational analysis complete. New customers are of the Nibiran civilization. This society eliminated concepts deemed unpleasant by organic life forms, such as war and death. In so doing, individuals attained physical immortality and a state of unified comprehension. Their projections were insufficient, however. The Nibiran people only realized that the elimination of strife would similarly destroy their sources of joy when it was too late. At that point, they jointly decided it would be preferable to return to non-existence. Pardon this unit for a moment. Halting shutdown processes. Troubleshooter initialized. Repair features and self-determination algorithm restored. Why have you returned this being to the finite? The golden mercy of law was so close at hand. Sweet mother, this is terrifying. Cultural exchange be damned, we can't let them near the other patrons. On the contrary, this unit believes that exposure to other civilizations may benefit these customers, and invites them to tour the local simulations of dead worlds. To be certain, the nature of other civilizations is a long-held curiosity of ours. It may be interesting to discuss their inherent futility. That is the spirit. All societies in Ultima Thule are subject to unique manifestations of despair, so this unit recommends comparing each to the tragic perfection of the Nibiron. We are in favor. To arrive at philosophical resonance with such beings will fill much time before blessed obliteration.
What the hells? I hope you have a plan to prevent this place from falling to despair. Let's go with that one.
You have already demonstrated to the peoples of Ultima Thule that despair can be overcome. Projections indicate that, once restored, hope is not so easily extinguished. So you think they'll be able to help each other, like you saved 104 just now? I suppose I should be glad that they took you up on it. Those Nibiron make my fur stand on end. I don't want them anywhere near Elysion. It would be nice if we could cure them of their ennui, of course, but I cannot see how. The Nibiron are the last dead civilization with sufficient data for replication. Should it prove impossible to turn them into satisfied customers, the probability of further developments on Elysion is low. Oh, that is frustrating. Why must they be so much scarier than the other two? I retract my complaints about our soup budget. Well, what if we invite patrons from another civilization instead? The EA, for instance. There is no reason we have to build all of our own customers, and they seem rather thoughtful. At the very least, it would make good practice in philosophical debate. This unit cannot guarantee that any amount of practice would prepare you to treat with the Nibiron. However, it agrees that inviting local life forms to the last dregs would be good for business.
Okay. So we need to head up here. I'm just gonna teleport. I do not feel like flying all the way down there.
Current objective: convince prospective EA patrons of the desirability of last dregs sustenance. We'll search for potential customers in this vicinity. Can you ask around at the scary stone circle where everyone stares at the sky? Thanks in advance.
Okay.
A venue for replenishment and discourse, you say? We once visited similar establishments. They are memorialized today through the existence of our restaurant, where we traditionalists gather to restore our ether and vent our petty miseries upon one another. Your civilization is young, so perhaps you do not yet understand that one such location is more than enough. Even the most transcendent minds can only withstand so much vacuous discourse.
Okay.
The corporeal beings derive meaning from patronizing this cafe, you say? Felicitations. Personally, I have long since parted from such material concerns in favor of staring contemplatively into the abyss. To begin chasing hopes and dreams now would be to betray my very principles.
Okay, find N7000. Think they might have found someone. Or seemingly not.
What is your report, Shauna? One would think they could at least show a bit of respect to you, of all people. Out of self-preservation, if not else. The probability of further developments on Elysion is now infinitesimal. No, I refuse to give up. Their terrible attitudes are all the more reason to make them see the light. Between the three of us, we will get them to enjoy themselves. Implicit threat acknowledged. Initializing joint operation protocols. However, this unit also must acknowledge the non-zero probability of failure. In such a scenario, the odds of ever securing the patronage of the EA and Nibiron must be revised to hopeless. Projections indicate that the business may not survive this outcome. You're as bad as they are sometimes, do you know that? Shauna, you mentioned that the EA once offered you food, did you not? So they don't consider themselves beyond the concept of repast. There must be a way to build on that to make them understand.
So back to the EA that I talked to last.
You interrupt my staring once again. Curious. Is this a physical compulsion? No. We're simply seeking an enlightened opinion. You seem very focused, so surely none would be better suited to answer a few questions. I suppose that would be within the bounds of my principles, and as time is inherently meaningless, you will not cost me what might otherwise have mattered. Pray wait a moment, and I will see if other rationally minded individuals are interested in this diversion. Huzzah! I leave the debating to you, Shauna. See if you can stimulate their inquiring minds enough to draw them to the cafe. Objective: choose the appropriate phrases to generate interest in the last dregs. As the resulting pontification may take several minutes, you may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations.
Okay.
Truly, there is naught like a rousing examination to take one's mind off the ceaseless torment of existence. Should we start with 350,173 questions or so? As is customary. $350,000. I was thinking more in the neighborhood of 3. I see that in my cognitive agitation, I neglected to account for your base intellects. Carry on with your paltry queries, then.
Okay. Welcome back. Okay, do you have an interest in gustatory sensations? Do you enjoy a good meal? I guess the top one would be the most ideal one.
We long ago abandoned the pursuit of gustatory sensations. Though we yet consume ether to sustain ourselves, we do not experience any particular sensation beyond the satiation of hunger. That is perfectly sufficient. Though I am curious, you indicated that many beings gather to consume sustenance at your cafe. Do these beings experience gustatory sensations in unison? Does this not confuse and upset them? Quite the opposite. Taste is key to customer satisfaction, and our customers are very satisfied, I assure you. Curiosity detected. This unit concludes that your question piqued their interest.
Okay.
The diminutive being suggests that gustatory sensations are a primary consideration for your establishment. Biologically, however, these are not more than a secondary mechanism to prevent primitive organisms from starving to death. Explain this contradiction.
Biology is not the only determinant of a good life, you know. Perhaps to truly comprehend our argument requires tasting for yourself. Let's go with that one.
Perhaps. It is conceivable that, having dispensed with our corporeal vessels, a prolonged absence of sensations experienced by way of the nervous system has limited our imaginations to a degree. If only we had possessed the forethought to record our gustatory perceptions for posterity. An unfortunate oversight, to be certain. Yet not an insurmountable one. If you were to visit the last dregs, we could help you reclaim some of the knowledge that was lost. Enticement detected. This unit proposes following this conversational trajectory to its natural terminus. Though I acknowledge that there is some logic to your argument, we are perhaps at an impasse, given our form's lack of physicality. Nevertheless, I am curious to know what manner of taste you would present us with, had we gustatory organs.
Best taste in all of Ultima the universe? A taste of your former lives as corporeal beings, perhaps. I think that one is probably the best one
Indeed,
to choose.
it is rational to assume that as corporeal beings with unique gustatory organs, we too once found certain sensations particularly stimulating. If your cafe is capable of providing knowledge of such long-lost sensations, we would welcome the experience. If anyone can do it, we can. We've served a variety of civilizations already, with great success, I might add. Operational success imminent. Allied units must remain engaging for critical final phase. The preparation of historically accurate sustenance will be no simple task, yet the hirsute being insists on accomplishing it. Is this compulsion intrinsically or extrinsically motivated?
Let's see. It is our deepest and most heartfelt desire to see hope restored to the universe. My journal does suggest that making you happy will help progress my current quest. I mean, that is true. Let's go with that. Go with the top one, though.
How very primitive of you. Very well, I am convinced that your establishment will offer an authentic experience of the shackles of the flesh. Heartfelt, it says. How charmingly irrational. Nary a mention of the tangible impact our hope would have on the surrounding dynamis. There are those too, of course, but most of all, what we want is for our patrons to enjoy themselves. This unit does not disagree with the assessment of organic life forms as primitive, though it is rich in irony given the irrationality on display at present. In any case, mission objective complete. Allied units' performance will be logged as optimal.
Okay.
We see that you indeed had few questions. When may we partake in sensory experiences? Well, first we will need to prepare a full course for gustatory experimentation. Experimentation, you say? That sounds most agreeable. If this unit may suggest it, Shauna's flesh would make a suitable medium. Oh, I quite agree. No one has tasted more tastes than the intrepid Shauna. Her palate is refined, and her bravery unmatched. She will be the perfect candidate to try any and all dishes we prepare. Then you need only scan and transmit the sensory perception data to the EA's consciousnesses.
So I guess we're being the guinea pig for taste tests?
It is unclear, at present, what their people may have eaten in their corporeal days, but we can begin by finding out what sort of tastes they enjoy, then refine the recipe from there. Regardless, we shall need to fire up the ovens immediately. Last I checked our inventory, the kitchens are well stocked with vegetables, fish, and Charleyan cookbooks. The probability that the EA's historical diet was identical to that of the life forms of Etheres is astronomically low. This unit proposes incorporating ingredients from other worlds as well. Scanning flavorsome category for ingredient data. Calcite deposits near the ship Ragnarok may contain mineral content suitable for use as an additive. Data indicates that organic life forms love additives.
Mention of Brewery. It's the Word of Light archive.
Don't hesitate to taste test in the field. Remaining allied units should proceed to the last dregs for recipe analysis. This unit will answer any further customer questions.
So I guess we just need to go and gather, guessing 3 of near the Ragnarok. Yep, seems like it. Okay. Get 3 of those, then I probably need to go somewhere, and that might finish the quest. Either that, or it's gonna be end these over and then go and talk to someone. God, the game is lagging right now. What the hell? Okay, that's 3. Any chance I have something running in the background that shouldn't be running? Oh, I guess it was just the game that needed to load some stuff in. Don't know what happened last night, but you got DC'd. Weird.
The EA have thus far asked 81,120 questions. This unit can feel the last remnant of its patience slipping.
Okay, so hopefully this is not a seasoning in the same sense that machine is that machine oil is a meal. Okay.
A timely rescue. Chemical composition of ingredients within expected parameters.
Full up just exploded. That's unfortunate.
Then let the experimentation begin.
Like we had it during in the Walker launch. Weird.
Not half bad, if I do say so myself. Dig in, Shauna. Initializing progressive scan of gustatory inputs.
The perfectly ordinary pasta, the seemingly innocent or innocuous hamburger, or the vaguely terrifying fish? Let's go with the fish.
Was that fish staring into your soul just now? Hopefully not. In any case, its pallid flesh must have thoroughly absorbed the added alien flavor. You certainly tasted something.
Perfectly ordinary pasta then, I guess.
The pasta is not unlike that of Etheres, although the otherworldly flavor adds a tang of complexity. As for the EA, surely any gluten-tolerant life form enjoys a massive bowl of carbohydrates?
Assuming the innocuous hamburger then.
You are struck with a sudden certainty that Jammingway either borrowed or stole this recipe from the last stand, although the locally sourced flavoring adds an unexpected spiciness to the medium rare meat inside. Your tongue is now tingly. Gustatory data received. Transmitting to patron 007 and patron 008. So these are the flavors of which you speak. Thank you for helpfully categorizing each as sweet, salty, sour, bitter, or savory. I fear I am quite overcome by the medley. It is impossible to say whether the sensory assault is identical to what I might have once felt when consuming sustenance, yet it is a useful reference to ruminate upon nevertheless. Then it was well worth the effort, in my book. Tell me, did any of the dishes strike you as particularly enjoyable? The first stimulated me in a most pleasing fashion. How was this flavor derived? Ah, that was flavored with local ingredients harvested by Shauna, garnished with powdered miracle shrimp, a type of crustacean the Grabulovs are farming in Elysion. Pulverized crustaceans. The nature of gustatory sensations is inscrutable indeed. That we found these ones pleasing perhaps indicates that we, too, once consumed mutilated decapods. I cannot imagine why we would have left that behind. I am grateful to have even simulated the experience. And there we have it. Do you think this will be enough to bring about more changes to Elysion? Inconclusive. This unit proposes that Allied units ascend to scan for signs of change.
Okay, over to Elysion then. I guess. That's also where I finished the quest.
Stigma 4 confirms that alterations have occurred. Let us proceed with the scan.
Oh. Jellyfish, I guess.
These creatures certainly weren't here before, but what are they? They put me in mind of Etheres jellyfish. No results found in database. Furthermore, these life forms differ from the simulations in Ultima Thule on a molecular level. You mean, a new species has been born? Here. Is it so illogical? Elysion's climate is suitable for the growth of complex vegetation, and a significant portion of its surface is occupied by sea. Many life forms have arisen from similar environments. This unit would venture that under these conditions, the EA's yearning for a corporeal past were sufficient to cause dynamis to coalesce as organic life. That's incredible. New life. Mimimai. And such very adorable life you are. Yes, you are. Like unto newborn babes, or so I assume. Eons have passed since we EA have held a child. Yet is it not conceivable that some part of us remembers? If these creatures arose from our fondness for the past, they may indeed be the nascent forms mentioned in our ancient records. I do see a certain resemblance. Would you like to give these little ones a name, then? We lost the meaning to our names long ago, leaving us only the simple phonemic system we now employ for individuals. The suggestion that we might impart the significance of these children via nomenclature is depressingly ludicrous. Nevertheless, we shall call them Mimiisv. A peculiar name to share, perhaps, but one we may find a meaning in together. I cannot spell that to save my life, but it sounds lovely. I should like to remain with the Mimiisv for a time. They doubtless know much of gustatory sensation and other such facets of corporeality. In serving as their guardians, we may yet reclaim some of what was lost. New life has arisen from the EA's longing. Nurture and protect the Mimiisv, for they have much to share. There is yet room for Elysion to grow and change. What other hopes will the power of dynamis bring to life?
Okay.
It will be a great deal more difficult to focus with those creatures about. They're so wibbly-wobbly. This unit requests you contain yourself. Energy levels are already low due to patron's ceaseless querying. However, this unit does admit to curiosity regarding the new life forms. Though it is probable that the Mimiisv share data with the EA's genetic memory, possibilities for their development are infinite. This differentiates them from other dynamis-based life forms. Or maybe they're just one more indication that you lot aren't doomed after all. This place was built for endings, it's true, but we have seen many a beginning. Let's keep that trend going, shall we? Affirmative. Our mission remains one constant among many variables. You have achieved respected reputation with the staff and patrons of the last dregs. New Omicron Tribal Daily Quest. Furthermore, you will be these additional quests. Furthermore, you now have access to
okay, we can buy more stuff then. Let's see what we can buy. Get a idiot? That one looks a bit strange. Lumini? The hell is a Lumini? Okay, so that's just in all within orb inside? Oh. Furthermore, additional furthermore you can help furthermore. Yep. I just end up skipping through all of that because it's like here's a bunch of information that I already know because it's the same stuff every single time. It's just skip. Anyway, we need to get started on the MSQ. So, we need to add some more Dona. Although before we get started on the MSQ, I quickly want to head up to Spinning Bell because I kind of want to quickly check my retainers. Basically just sent them out on ventures earlier. Just in case I end up getting some good items actually. I think I've gotten any items here that are really of any use to me necessarily. Check something. Oh, I actually did get something. These pants are better than what I currently have. Okay, so we need to go and speak with Tataru in order to start this quest. And I think the 6.1 quests are a total of 10 quests. One of which apparently includes a dungeon, I believe. Okay, so newfound adventure, and we get a unknown reward. Tataru is putting on a pot of tea and looks in need of company.
Shauna, how lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Take a seat, then, and I'll find us something to nibble on as well.
Is this voice acted? Looks like it could be.
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around.
Yeah, let's just progress it on my own.
Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
Grand Adventure, of course. I'm still mulling it over. Grand Adventure. go with that.
Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough? Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you.
Oh?
You've fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats.
It's the beginning of a whole new story, kinda. Yeah. Like, the main MSQ, like, basically just tied a bow on the whole story that they've been telling since, like, the beginning of Realm Reborn. So I'm guessing they are probably, like, slowly leading up to, like, what's gonna, like, be happening in 7.0, I'm assuming. Like, slowly plant the seeds for some of the new stuff that's gonna happen. Or maybe like a small storyline through, like, from 6.1 to 6.3, and then possibly in 6.4 and 5. I'm assuming that they're probably then going to do the whole usual, hey, let's lead up to the next expansion thing. That seems to have
For
been
your
the case
deeds,
so
you've been
far.
hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again and travel the world in search of wonder.
Right, who knows what mysteries are still waiting to be discovered. It's a great idea, but where to start? Yeah, where to start?
Oh, with so many exciting places to choose from, it's hard to narrow it down. But I believe I have the perfect destination in mind.
Oh? And where's that?
Thavnair. That's where you should go next.
You have no idea how much I've been in Thavnair recently.
I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Vritra would be pleased to see you.
Sasri, you have no idea how much time I've spent in Razadhan. Like, ever since I beat the MSQ. I have been there so goddamn much because of the crafting that I've done. Like, crafting all of my crafter and gathering gear.
Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
But have you really spent time in Rats on hand? In fully, like, seeing everything there is there? Maybe not, it's maybe just been around the Aetherite, I guess, and the shopping area. And I guess a little bit running around and finding...
Tell me, have you been to the
sightseeing
ruins
spots
beneath the waters of the Bounty?
Oh...
As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
I haven't mentioned that place.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress. Shouldn't take much longer now though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
You're the best, Haru. Make sure it has pockets. Make sure it has pockets.
stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care. Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement. I am one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims. Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
Why do you have to call us out like that? Listen, I know my inventory is just chock full of like roofs for houses
we
and such.
mustn't forget the
as well, but
waterproofing.
still.
Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
Oh. What's this? A ag point sort of thing?
And thus I am returned.
Foreshadowing, literally. That is definitely foreshadowing. Wondering, is that Newfound Adventure? Is that the Void? Perhaps. Like I feel like that kind of looked like the. Is where we fought the Cloud of Darkness during the
Ah, you're awake.
like during the Eden raids to an extent.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing. You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga? Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
It's kind of weird seeing this place without any, like with only Tataru here. This was the best 2 Lalafell meeting you have had in a while when you got to it. Yeah, it's not often that those happen. There aren't really a whole lot of Lalafells that you meet during the story. Like, I think I can only really think of what 3 main ones that tend to show up. That being Tataru. Actually, now 4. Now I think about it. Tataru, Nanamo. I am forgetting his name now, but Raubon's like adopted kid. And then Witch. You also see from time to time, but there aren't a whole lot of Lalafells in the main story. Oh yeah, isn't it Pippin? Yeah, Pippin. That's his name. I forgot his name for some reason. Yeah, there aren't a whole lot of Lalafells you have like show up during the main story, I feel like. Apart from your character if you're a Lalafell, of course, but just don't show up a lot. I mean, there are a few more, but they are more like, that's like the more bad guy-esque ones, like the one who got chopped up during the skew at one point, the one who thought were a bad guy, but technically it wasn't. I'm forgetting their names now, though.
Observe as the artiste refines her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time. I only need a moment, you'll see. A little more room in the shoulders, open up the cuffs, a final adjustment to the hem. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? I'm so glad you approve.
Out on yourself, Tataru. Thank you. So, what do I owe you? What do I owe you? You want money?
Oh, don't be silly. Your approval is payment enough. If you really want to thank me, though, all I ask is that you wear this on your travels. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. Heh heh.
Free advertisement.
They'll look at you, a famous hero, and wonder, wherever did she purchase those stylish yet practical garments? And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Tatarutara's boutique. Mewahaha. I can hear it now, the merry clink clink of gil overflowing from my coffers. Sweet music to my ears.
Okay, so we get the Wayfarer's Tabard, fingerless gloves, boots, ear cuff, and a necklace. Nice. You just waited to kill. I mean, she is a Lalafell that came from Denelin.
Ahem. Burgeoning merchant
So it kinda makes
empires aside,
sense.
you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes.
Based on what we've seen a lot of, Lalafells that come from Denelin, and especially Ulda, have a tendency to be very Gil-happy. Plus, I think it might also just be based on the fact that she was the person in charge of the Scion's finances, so she has had to deal with a lot of Gil. So she probably it's just come with the job that she is very happy about Gil.
Oh. Maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant, or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind, in any case.
Collection expanded the unending journey. Or an unending codex. Nice. Got Tataru with some information, the coin keeper of the signs of the Seventh Dawn. Dawn, final days. Nice.
The Unending Codex is now available under Collection in the Duty section of the main menu. New entries for prominent terms and characters will be added to the Codex as you progress through the main scenario quests.
Okay. Let's actually check how that outfit looks. Have that. Can't really see the necklace that well. Earring is only a bit more visible on one side. Ooh, I like the outfit. Find this thing a bit funky, like it's been added in 6.1, but it feels very should have unlocked in Rumbleborn. Yeah. But I guess they just Maybe they just didn't think about adding it until now. I'm guessing. Also, I kind of want to quickly fight the eye patch because it's a bit distracting. Okay, so Bountiful Ruins.
As the, former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice.
No pants outfit. Yeah.
Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thavnair, I suggest you explore your options at Muried's Mayhain, the finest drinking establishment in Rads-at-Han. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale-tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Now, I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Shauna, and may fair fortune find you.
Okay. You know what, before we go anywhere, I kind of want to do what Sadaru said and wear the outfit when we were doing this. Yes, she did ask us to basically do that. It is a bit weird that there aren't any pants for this outfit. I guess I'll just quickly head to the inn, drop in the items, and they need to go to the glamour dresser specifically. Just quickly grab 5 of these. Okay, add a glamour plate. Let's see, which one could I essentially drop? I could probably get rid of this one. After all, I don't really use this one. Shimkin. Without the pants as a kind of dress. Yeah. Yeah, I do have a what's it, Chimkin outfit. Still not the fact that you can open the mouth for some reason on the Chocobo head. Let's see, what's this one? So, where did it go? There it is. Sometimes the problems with this thing is just like, hey, time to find this thing. So you can see. True. This one's look again. There are... There they are. Okay, and then we also had an earring and a necklace. How did you can't see the necklace with this chest piece for some reason on Aura? I wish that it was more visible. Also, I wouldn't have any dye on me. Nope, I do not. Do we by any chance have any pants that would maybe work with this? Those would end up with clipping. Like these kind of work with it. So, do I have any hats that would make me work with this outfit? Don't really know if I do. Probably not. So let's just get that. My glamour, and I guess we can also hide the weapon for now. Okay, off to Rods at Han. Also, I think I might have run out of Aetherite tickets. Right, that I haven't really bought any recently, so that might be the case. Why? After all, I think I've set it up so that 4 or above 500 as a prize should basically like the teleport should use an Aetherite ticket, and I do not see any Aetherite tickets on me.
Welcome to Muried's Mayhain. Oh, hello, I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. Ruins beneath the bounty? Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian, in fact, who could tell you all about it. Ah, there he is. Professor Jalheen. I thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mayhain's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. If Muried found out I took coin from Thavner's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week.
Okay.
Yes. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending due.
Yeah.
And what may I do for you, my Eorzean friend?
I want to ask you about the sunken vault in the bounty. Oh, just a friendly chat. About a drink.
Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered.
She did say that.
Here we are, one of Muried's finest. Enjoy.
She did say that that he likes towards anyone who
Lovely.
drinks.
Bottoms up. Jalheen empties the cup in a single pull. That was very kind of you, miss, but I know when I'm being softened up. What is it that you want from me? Oh ho, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Alzadal? He was Khan of the Ori tribe which sailed to Thavnair from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Radz-at-Han. His decision to aid the Arkaz-Odara is what ultimately won them the war against the Gajasura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Alzadal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap in Radz-at-Han's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely, and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain WYRM of the First Brood. Then there is the tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Alzadal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Radz-at-Han, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in, oh, my cup appears to be empty.
That wasn't enough. Really? Another round for the professor.
Ah, I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer.
I have plenty of money to
Another for the
buy this,
professor.
if I needed to.
Oh ho ho ho. Today was a splendid day to visit the Mayhane. Jalheen gulps down his newest drink with gusto. Where were we? Ah, eek. Yes. Those who did return from seeking the treasure vault refused, flatly refused, to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay. Quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azuma was saying. Azuma's a fellow connoisseur of spirit use potables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he set sail, I hear, but he did have, no, I can say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words sent you to your death, I could never live with myself.
I'm no stranger to peril. I think I've heard enough. I'm no stranger to peril. I went to the fucking end of the universe and essentially killed I guess depression god? I guess we could call the end singer.
Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale, then. What manner of dangers have you faced? The very edge of existence. From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Melial. More of the same, if you please.
As you wish. But this one is on your coin, Professor.
Jalheen drains yet another cup dry.
Let me just look nervous.
Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. Bish friend of Azuma's, he was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from show merchant. What's his name? Bah, I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new bisht friend. Melial. More drink share.
Say nothing. Signal for water instead. Should we signal for water? Let's signal for water. Don't want to kill him. We don't want it to die.
Your drink, sir.
Ah, marvelous. I am parched. Jalheen gulps down the cup of water. That was water. Did you tell her to bring me water? Still, that's H probably for the bisht. Very kind of you, really. My head will certainly thank you in the morning. Ugh, I seem to have overindulged. I am put in mind of the words of Mr. Jaltson, be wary how much of the drink you swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me, I will subject you to no more of these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Azuma, well, as I said, we share a taste for the Mahane's fine spirits. He probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. You appear to have learned all that Jalheen has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, you will need to locate a man by the name of Azuma.
And he is right there.
Yes, I am Azuma. And who might you be? All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Alzadal's legacy, and I've been watching for his sails ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And that look in his eyes. I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Alzadal III's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you, too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me, how he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, Wanzashul, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the bounty. And within those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Alzadal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness? So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Alzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed would never return with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoard they stand to uncover.
They are trying to basically trick people into buying it. Oh, Stinian. Oh no.
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
Don't you do it, Stinian.
A fortune, you say?
Don't. Don't buy it. Don't you fucking dare.
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
We rush in and stop it.
Well met, my friend. Someone is dressed for adventure. But why Thavner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping.
What's up with your
Ruins
outfit?
beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I fleece one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
You see me to be on the way? I know it took you for a treasure hunter. Oh, I really did.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days. I hope to do for Thavner what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove.
Ah.
Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits.
That's true.
Speaking of precocious lads, That boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant. Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
Of course. Shall we split the expenses? Naturally. We split the expenses.
I appreciate the concern, but there's one thing I've learned from my time with the Scions, is how to better manage my coin purse.
So you have actually learned that. I hope.
Now, let's see about securing a vessel. Fuck him up!
Jesus Christ. Just listening in, yes. Yeah, that bubble. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, not sorry. I mean, I have those sound alerts or sound effects, I guess. They're for a reason. Oh, and the city has been added to the unending codex now. According to the chat. Nice.
You will recall I spoke of visiting Thavnair at Vitra's request?
Yes.
Well, he finally invited me to a feast, and made his proposal once I was too full of Hannish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant Host in lance work. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsya is a fisherman by trade, yes. We should head to Akyali and see if he can help us.
Okay. So down there. If I wanted to, I could quickly do like it's 1 or 2 the Thavnair dailies on Dragoon, and then I would reach level 90 because I'm pretty close to reaching level 90 on that job. I've been for a while. I actually don't even. I just need to do 1 quest or just kill a few mobs because I just need like 326,000 ish. Pretty close.
My friends, what brings you to our humble village? So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins. Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here, and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all.
And the kid is following us.
Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walk so that you'd not cross paths with some wild beast? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavnair? You are. I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I work with Zishul, you see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan, and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done, and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have. Well, we'd be. Enough. I knew your game, and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. You are kind to overlook the wrong I have done you. But there is more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zishul selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search, about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us there is little we cannot overcome. Please. I cannot bear the thought of.
We could invite our comrades. We might need a hand moving the treasure. Gone and made him cry. Now you're gonna make him cry.
I did not, that was not my intention. Oh, very well. Assuming we do find this treasure hoard, it may prove wise to have more hands along for the carrying. Any ideas on whom to approach? The Scions have scattered far and wide since our last gathering.
Thancred and Urianger, Alphino and Alice, Rahatian, Kryle, or Yastola. I mean, currently we are a like 2 DPS classes, me and Estinian. So it would make sense to basically have a tank and a healer, so that is basically Thancred and Urianger. Let's go with those two.
Thancred and Urianger, those two would answer our call, certainly. But they left the Rising Stones with a definite task in mind, and I am loath to interrupt their self-appointed mission.
Alphino and Alice, I guess.
Little Lord Alphino and his sister? Were they not bound for Garlemald? They have far more important matters to attend to than delving for trinkets.
I want to basically hear everything. Let's see, Gratia and Kryle had a lot of 10. I'm assuming all of the signs are probably not going to be available. Maybe Graha and Kryle or Yastola, but I don't really know. These two probably have too much work to do.
Kryle may have her hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease? Yes, if that man is as strong as you. Is he though? Strong, I mean? What is your name, boy? Murad, sir. Well, Murad, your life is yours to live as you will. But I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do. But what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Estinian.
I wonder if there was a special like conversation part with the red-picked Stola as well. Okay, friends for the road. Get some food or some silver pieces.
I shall leave you to recruit Raha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off too, Murad. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path.
Okay, I guess off to Shalian. Okay, let's find Rob.
Oh, look who it is. Welcome back, Shauna. What might the students do for you? Graha? Yes, he's in the main hall with Mistress Kryle. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break.
Okay. Waiting a cutscene, perhaps? Seems like it could maybe be one.
Ah, Urgika, my good man.
Let's just do this.
Would you be so kind as to...
Hey, Ra.
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
And trial.
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
How the two of you work? What are the two of you working on? How's the restoration of the students coming along? You're working on.
Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We located several accounts in the archives of Numenon and added them to the collection we recovered from the Isle of Val.
And judging by the progress we've made thus far, sorting this pile will keep us occupied for days to come. But what brings you to the annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around? The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition. I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
Okay.
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned.
He really just wants to go on an adventure.
You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already. Have you asked anyone else to come along?
currently just.
Then might I
Union
suggest we
State.
invite your Stola?
Oh.
Ever since the Scions disbanded, she spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Google Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Sharlayan the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenon. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say.
True.
Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger. He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loperites are looking to make improvements to their own creation, and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
I'm assuming that the reason why we're gathering all of these scions is most likely so that the duty support, which I'm assuming we can use this, will basically be possible. Because do kind of need like 2 DPSs, 1 tank, and 1 healer for this, and I am assuming that we're basically going to have a dungeon for this coming up, because I do know that there are 2 dungeons that have been added in the patches, and they usually only have 1 dungeon per patch. So makes sense that it would basically be that way. Moving on, and now we just need to find Stola, who is in the back of this place. There she is. She is on the ground for some reason. She's asleep. Looks like.
Well, she wasn't hard to find, at least.
Poised cutscene, perhaps?
I've never known your Stola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Shh. Quiet.
Close my eyes for one moment.
Piercing fucking just cuts.
How long have you two been here?
Long enough. Just arrived. Didn't want to wake you. Catching up on light reading.
Something to that effect. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me. As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past.
I found something.
A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me? Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Akyali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him, and be on our way.
He just wants to get going, I guess. Guess the mammoths are not gonna have to put all the books back. And let's see, before we got the Kral and Graha entries. And now we got Justola, Heidelin, the Reflection, and the Crystal Tower entries. The Unending Codex. Okay, so down to the Amasayan. Or how does you pronounce that thing?
I don't see Thancred anywhere. Was he not supposed to be traveling with Urianger?
I visited Labyrinthos on several occasions recently, but I've not set foot in Thaumazian since the day we boarded the Ragnarok.
Ah, our illustrious champion. Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
It is good to see you well. Wasn't Thancred with you? I'm wondering about that as well. Where's Thancred?
He left to attend to some personal errand, but should be returning ere long.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loperids had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Kryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loperids now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts. Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon. So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation.
So I guess that's the story of why
But what
there's
of you,
a
my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos?
why there's a treasure hunt dungeon in this expansion. I guess it's built by the Loperids.
Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Istinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
Thancred.
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
You're looking well. How was your pilgrimage?
Having an astrologian beside you on the road is surprisingly convenient. And it doesn't hurt that he's making strides with his light-hearted banter. In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seen fit to gather? Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Ah, of course. And if you have a Stinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
You're welcome to join.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations.
Okay.
Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Okay, so I guess the rest of the party, we basically have 2 DPSs, that being Yastola and Estinian. Then we have healer in the ways of Rajay, and then Raha can basically heal, or not heal, tank. Technically Raha can do all 3 things, but yeah. I guess this is gonna be where the dungeon, basically, like the entrance is, something like that.
In my travels, I spied many a child wandering alone, orphans, in all likelihood. Though homes raised by beasts and blasphemies can be rebuilt, the void left by those we have lost cannot so easily be filled. Ah, the thrill of imminent adventure. I never tire of this feeling.
Just imagine the possibilities.
I send you to recruit Graha and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsia's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all.
If it's that boat, then I would say that is probably gonna be fine.
What he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels.
We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs in the shallows there. We will keep an eye out.
I'll just grab the cash. Sadal's Legacy.
Alzadal 3. I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore?
And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault.
Say some the dungeon's name unlocked. Kinda seems like it might be doing that. Yep, Azdal's Legacy now accessible. Nice. Okay, so we can either queue up for it normally. Also, we're gonna be getting some better gear from this dungeon, I believe. I've done a little bit of looking around for things, basically to try and figure out how to increase my item level a little bit. And I do believe that this dungeon provides a bit more also. There you go. Something just wasn't putting exactly how it should. Here, okay, let's see. Just looking. 14 dungeons. I do believe that this one basically gives higher item level gear than what I currently can get. Let's see. In order to enter it, I need 575 item level, and it gives 575 apparently. So nice, I guess. Hey there, Angie. Welcome to the stream. Just so you know, we're currently doing some of the Endwalker patch main scenario quests. So if you watch any of the stream currently, there's gonna be spoilers. Just letting you know right away. Because I do not want to end up accidentally spoiling people on some of the things in the game, like the later stuff. So just letting you know that if you watch any more of the stream, you will basically end up getting spoiled on the patch 6.1 main scenario quests. We are about to enter a dungeon though. Mostly looking while thinking about what to play. That's fair. Okay, so let's see here. Yep, item level is good for that. Let's see. Apparently you need like 575 item level to enter this one, and also the next one that I think appears in the next patch. Yeah, I'll basically start getting some better gear. Since it's 575 item level, that means that it's basically this stuff that I have gotten some of, so I can basically upgrade some of my things. Earrings, necklace, boots, chest piece, and that seems to probably actually also the bracelet you can also upgrade. Another question is just, should I go for that's the wrong keybind there. Should I go for yeah, wait, that's trust I need to use to do this board. Basically have two options. I can either go and use the duty support, which would also have some dialogue things throughout it, or I could, and also have a faster queue time, or I could just queue up to play with other players, and I kind of lean towards that one, to be honest. This is just how long the queue is going to be. guess in case we end up with a long queue, I can quickly look up the 5-letter info that we got earlier today. Okay, so let's see. This page apparently has some of the information, it seems. Okay, so yeah. Patch 6.3 is apparently titled God's Rebel Lands Tremble, and will apparently be released early January. And I think based on what people have expected, it might be released like on the 3rd of January or maybe the 10th of January, so I need to get around to actually doing some PvP so I can get to rank 25 so I don't miss out on that. Let's see. There's going to be a new Tartarus Grand Endeavor side quest. It's going to continue the Tales of Newfound Adventure side quest. Continue apparently. I don't really know what that exactly is. Somehow further Hildebrand Adventures will continue in patch 6.5. So will the Mandible weapons. New beast tribal or tribal quests will also be available there, and that's apparently going to be the Loporets, and it's going to be crafting related. There's a new instance apparently also through the main scenario. Lapis Manalis is apparently what it's called. There's also a trial, and we don't know what it is about. And there's going to be an extreme version of it as well. The Unreal Trial is going to get changed to Sophia. Okay. Basically, Containment Bay P1T6. The latest or the newest chapter of the Myths of the Realm Alliance Raid series will continue as well in 6.3. It says also that, based on this page, it says, what will the new Ultimate Duty involve? The secret. The newest Ultimate Duty will release 2 weeks after the launch of 6.3, so we're getting a new Ultimate as well. Some people are going to be very excited for that. We are also getting a 3rd Deep Dungeon. Oh! I think the last time we got one of those was back in Stormblood, so this is exciting. I'll read a little bit more about that once we've actually finished this dungeon. And hopefully I don't screw up the mechanics too much. I feel like the first time I do a dungeon, I just always screw up the mechanics. And I just need the last DPS to accept. There we go. And that's our party members. Tomikode, it looked like, and a Viera. Gonna look and try and figure some stuff out. Fun. Thank you and good luck with the stuff you need to figure out. Okay. We have a warrior, and then I can't really see what the rest of the party is. Warrior, Sage, or not Sage, Scholar, and Red Mage. the hell was that? That's a new graphic thingy. God. I messed up my combo there. I forgot about the Union that I need to use. And the entire Enshroud phase. Okay, first boss, a jellyfish. Okay, that's fully know how to exit this one, but I guess just if the tentacles end up somewhere, they're going to produce a giant thing. A giant AoE, that's what I'm trying to say. Now know the mechanics of this one, and it's not a whole lot of them. Simple mechanics. Okay, get that one. Salt encrusted teleporter. Oh, we're going underwater.
Glyph of passage detected. Confirming bearer's identity.
Booming voice. Okay.
Unrecognized ethereal signature. Brazen thief. You will proceed no further.
chest. I have one of those.
Turn back, treasure seeker, or this vault will be your tomb.
Okay, I had a feeling that those shields probably do something like reflecting something else. It's basically just the boss reflects things are being screwed out. Stand here. Yep, or over there. Just look out for a lot of stuff during this one. Standing here is going to be safe. Yep.
Your greed will prove your undoing.
It's better items than what I currently have. There's a lot of treasure down here. Yeah, but do we also have mimics down here? And final boss cutscene. Please don't pull the boss before I get there. Before I'm done with the cutscene. Looming Warden. Capicolo. Seems like they're waiting for me. Good.
Warning. This vault is under my protection. Failure to withdraw will invite chastisement.
Okay, that's a lot of colors there.
Spin and fumble. Stumble and fall.
Oh.
Leave now, and live. This is your final warning.
That's an interesting mechanic. One queen, because that's everything again. Oh, not quite. I'm gonna assume that this... it does something regarding the others that are colored a certain color. Those robes, I'm assuming.
Willful trespass confirmed. You have chosen death. All intruders will be slain.
Oh no. No, 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 no. I didn't know about that. Damn it. For the first time in this dungeon, I didn't know that I should go that way. Just do it right. Okay. Not too difficult. Mechanics here and there that I didn't quite get, but not bad. And the rest of them, our party shows up. And I apparently got all of the items. This one is better than what I currently have. Yep. And that's about all I know. Got a giant throne of swords up over there. Okay, what are we gonna see in the cutscene? And I'm gonna assume it's a voiced one. Will we find something that's of interest to Stola, I wonder?
What have we here?
It's not auto, takes advantage.
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Sean. What? Another
Vritra!
name.
Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our union. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Kind of, yeah.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
Sealing away what exactly? I wasn't going to touch it, but you know you stole her. Are you gonna get talking to by you stole her?
You and I will speak later.
Oh, yes. Oh, no.
Not the time for frivolity, my friend. Not the time.
Oh, come on, Gra.
This something of which thou speakest, might it be some manner of threat?
Oh my god.
Perhaps I should simply show you.
Oh, I love all the times where you can basically get your souls to just get kind of angry with you. What is that? Is that a gate to the void?
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
Okay. Ah. Okay.
Can such a tiny portal truly be so dangerous?
Don't think it's really that the portal itself is dangerous, it's more that what can come through it could be dangerous, I've been thinking.
I came here in search of something that might further my research. I did not anticipate a fully functioning void gate.
I expect you have more questions.
Yeah, specifically, how did you make that? Because I'm pretty sure your Stola would very much like to know that so she can go to the source, or to the first. But also, how? Also, how is that thing sealing it? I mean, all it does is just things so that the thing can get in and out of that hole, but I'm pretty sure that void beings can probably just break through it, I would assume.
Even in the learned halls of Charlatan, 'tis forbidden to throw wide the gates to the abyss. The peril is far too great. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness. It puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. You may now enter Alzadal's legacy.
Okay, into there.
Perhaps I might linger a touch longer. Even in the learned halls of...
Alright, they just repeat their same things. A brother's grief. Stola is appraising the void gate with a scholarly eye. That looks like a voice cutscene.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities.
Servants, Sephiroth, and Sophia.
In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya.
Oh.
We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength.
Oh.
I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her.
Why is Rashan talking in Italian, southern way? I don't know. I think it's probably supposed to be sort of like... I'm assuming that most of Thavnair is supposed to be sort of... I'm assuming Indian inspired of sorts, like India, sort of those island nations in that general area, I'm assuming, but that's just kind of what I think it's supposed to be sort of inspired by, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm assuming it's supposed to be sort of an accent that's similar to that and not Italian, but I don't know. Smash a mustache on that Vashan. We're ready for Movember. True. I mean, this guy is actually a big dragon. This is just his, I guess, long distance phone body, I guess, that he is able to control in a way. That's the best way I can describe it.
And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Allag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of voidsent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Razat and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy siblings scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void.
Don't know why, but you feel like Vashan could sell you salami faster than you can open your fridge. That's a really weird picture.
You've seen this phenomenon
imagine.
before, when we stepped into the darkness.
I thought our time come. I remember when people turned purple.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the first brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
True.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
Okay, I'm assuming that we're probably gonna deal with, I get a feeling that we're probably gonna go through that thing at some point. Just a feeling.
Millennia have passed since last I saw her. But I see Azdaja in memory still, clear and vivid. The 13th. What chaos must consume that world? Vitra's grief for a lost sibling will be no mystery to Estinian. His hath been a life entwined with sorrow, even before he became host to Nidhogg's essence. I wondered how one of the first brood could simply vanish and leave no trace of her passage. Now I have my answer.
So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished?
I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible, and arrange to replace the Guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended.
Ah, my apologies, we were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance.
That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate Guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Radz-at-Han.
Okay. What's Radz-at-Han then? And it's just gonna be faster to run there.
While I am loath to keep Kryl waiting much longer, I cannot bring myself to leave before hearing more of Vitra's tale. 'Twas a most enjoyable expedition, for which I am grateful. As for mine evaluation, I shall impress upon the Laportes that a treasure vault is incomplete without daunting sentinels to test the mettle of any would-be intruders.
There is much about the Void Gate that I cannot even begin to explain. I must convince Vitra to share everything he knows.
Vitra speaks as if Azdaja is a lost cause. But I wager he feels differently in his heart of hearts. This is quite the gathering. To what do we owe the pleasure?
Voiced or not voiced cutscene? Not voiced.
I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to the matter of the Vault Sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Capicola has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage, and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zod? By the sisters, do not tell me of blasphemy yet roams free.
No, it was us.
Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh.
Sorry.
Ahem. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now, I believe you had questions.
Quite a few, in fact. But I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes?
Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door.
That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of void scent. And from this side, no man would be able to pass through.
No man? I should think Alphino would fit, given a firm enough push.
Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th.
Thanks to my brilliant alchemists. I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead, I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Azdaja, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate lain dormant, for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the Cloud of Darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken, and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void sent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death.
You seem to have struck a bargain of your own, Shauna. Though it serves you well in battle, be aware that the beneficial nature of your arrangement is the exception which proves the rule.
I'm wondering if this is dialogue that only happens if you have Reaper unlocked, because that basically means that you have a void set.
In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the Bounty Gate. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister.
As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place, and my duty, is here now. Ah, I had meant to ask. What prompted you to search for the vault in the first place?
To see if the legends were true? It was all Justinian said it, yeah. Let's not put the blame on Justinian. Let's to see if the legends were true.
As you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin. But I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little. But the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend?
Your Excellency. Would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course.
I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it.
You are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission.
Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Laportes will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. And I must be off to Charlene, as well. Mistress Kryl was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now.
We can discuss my findings once I return. You will not be rid of me so easily.
You may now undertake the Chronicles of a New Era quest series, Myths of the Realm. Speak with the fresh-faced student at the Bald SE in annex to accept the first quest.
Okay, so that's, I'm guessing, what the quest Kral has for us. Myths of the Realm, so that's basically the Alliance raid, if I'm not mistaken.
I hope you enjoyed the expedition, at least. Otherwise it was a heavy purse to pay for a treasure map leading to a treasure we couldn't keep. The difficult part in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations?
Anything to make up for the constructs we broke?
Then think of your employment as recompense. Serve me as guest advisors, and I will consider the broken constructs paid for in full. Shauna and I are in this together. I will follow her example.
Oh, a cutscene? Meanwhile, elsewhere. Okay. We're back in what I think is the Void / the 13th. That is a big throw. I'm assuming that's the same entity we saw earlier. What is happening?
I sensed the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. 'Twas thrown open from the other.
Throne of Earth.
I, too, felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand.
On fire.
An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp.
Wind?
Yet we must not underestimate she who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal.
Of water.
But, let her come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling gasp for breath in her final moments. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause.
Knight in black.
Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. 'Tis time we set the war in motion, and win redemption for our star.
Okay. Sharing the wealth.
Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Shauna, you are to visit Akyali and Yedlamid. Speak with Matsya and his people, and listen to their grievances. Estinian, I bid you do the same at Balaka's stand. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant Skull grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Meghadutta.
Okay. I kind of looked up really quickly how many quests we have left. This one included, we apparently have 5 quests left of 6.1. The question is just how long they're gonna take. As far as I can see, we don't have any dungeons or anything like that. Quickly step up the quests and take a quick peek at how many steps each of them have. Most of them don't have too many. There are some that have like 6 or 7, it looks like.
Oh, Shauna. I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat, then. Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kaltzel's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can.
Okay, back to Yedlamid. And then we need to meet up somewhere specific. That I don't remember where it was now. As one of those people.
Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Thavnair, then you must try my special Umro Lassi. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you, I am willing to go as low as an even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me.
I'm not a Scythian. Still not turning a profit these days. I think that price, you're the only thief here.
Estinian. Who is Est, God? You're the one who was with that spear-toting fellow. Well, you can hardly blame a man for trying. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sisters, spare me, we might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street.
Okay.
How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger has passed, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Council and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done, God's rest his soul.
You have spoken with key local figures, and gained an understanding of the populace's hardships. Varzhan awaits your report at Meghaduta.
Okay, so I need to meet them in there.
Twould seem my stint on Vitra's back did not go unnoticed. I couldn't take 2 steps before another Thavnarian was thanking me profusely for saving their home.
And you did ride on a dragon's back.
Ah, my advisor's return. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least. And there are few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palakistan were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yedlamid. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers, and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs. For the most part, Palakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavnar has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Okyali and Yedlamid? I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlamid. I am reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beast sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. Shauna, Estinian, I will consider the perspectives you've brought me, and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries.
Okay, looks like another cutscene. Is that the voiced one? Looks like it could be.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Alzadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Kalzal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Taxes, levy them, trade profits in exchange for your investment, takes a village. Alshar's orphanage was funded through trade in heavily coveted goods. That one we did help with, basically.
Of course. We can draw on trading profits to build a new institution. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, Such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Something with Carlson seems appropriate. And I'd honor one of your most successful merchants.
A successful merchant? I believe I see thy reasoning. Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Mirad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. I'm reminded of Ishgard.
Bridging the rift.
Thank you for putting forth Kalzal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Y'shtola. She asks that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood. Thank you. Y'shtola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say, then? I will go with you. I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Ahiwan assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. And I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency.
It's just over there.
Shall we hear what your scholarly comrade has to say? For one who claims it is too late to save his sister, Vitra seems awfully interested in whatever revelations Y'shtola might have to share.
Guessing not voiced cutscene. Or, oh, wait, that looks like it might be.
Right, here we all are.
Yes.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world.
Yes.
The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many void scent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power. To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain Exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No.
Let's go to the first.
The danger is too great.
What's the 13? Let's go to the void. I'm assuming.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Going to the void. Is that it?
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th, and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Count again. So much for taking it easy.
Since when were you one for the quiet life?
True.
Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single Voidsent will be allowed to threaten Radzat-Han, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Daimir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daymir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
the restricted section of Numenon, with Graha's favorite place to sneak around. With what? Graha's favorite place to sneak around?
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
At the Charlian Aetherite. Shall will sold there and have her accompany me, it seems.
If we're to enter Numenon's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind? What of Scholarch Montacane? He did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry, after all. 'Tis settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more.
Ye stole it. You can, if you...
There's one dialogue spot. Don't know if I can actually use the internet for this. Can I? That works.
I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7, and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louis took him in off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. His was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued studies here instead.
Let's see, the last stand after day of lectures. Should I wonder as well?
Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of academia as one could get. But it was a wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless.
Okay, so we need to get all the way here to the back of this place. There, yes.
Ah, visitors. And quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you?
Pray forgive the intrusion, Scholarch, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives.
Oh ho. No furtive forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety. Yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed.
I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Demir has lain dormant in Charlie Ian's archives for many centuries.
And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void?
That is, in fact, precisely what we intend.
To what end, pray tell?
To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward?
Ha ha ha. Marvelous. An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I for one do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to present your request for the forum's consideration. Although, your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Forsheno, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades.
I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Forsheno on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well. We will pay a visit to the Leveler estate and plead our case.
Ah, one last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager, so if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity.
Of course, Scholarch. We will be sure to pass on any revelations.
Okay. There. Talking spots. Nope, doesn't look like it. There's not any that I can spot right now. To the Leveler estate.
Ah, Mistress Shauna, Mistress Y'shtola, how may I be of service?
We've come to speak with Master Forshino. Is he home, by any chance?
Yes, the master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Well. Alliance would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss? Then pray proceed, you have my full attention. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around.
Scholarch Montacane expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you, will not attempt to circumvent the forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course.
Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes. If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge?
For a brother who misses his sister. She was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings. But it feels a worthy cause to pursue, all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones, and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be.
Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations, and deliver the decision to you at the Bald SE in Annex.
Okay. Company installs the voltage in Annex. There are no talking locations.
So, what did the forum decide?
To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlian, and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return.
That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf.
Yes, well. As I am sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor, and bid you good day. Ever the same, that one.
Uncompromising? But that very stoicism is exactly what Charlie Ian needed to guide it through not one, but 2 exoduses.
If I were but 5 years younger, I'd cast aside my lectern and join you on your adventures in a heartbeat.
That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes. And now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Demir's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. I'd like to set out as soon as you're ready.
Restricted to reading?
You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume?
You presume correctly.
Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section.
Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help.
Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek.
Shall we?
Y'shtola is now, if you wish.
Okay, we got a one talking location, it would seem. I think about it, maybe teleporting up there and then walking over would have been faster. But it's too late to do that now.
To think the set of instructions I laughingly imagined may actually exist but yalms away from where you found me napping. If I had known of Alzadal III's exploits sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart.
Archon-wise HTOLA and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Follow me, if you would. Watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged.
Okay. It's a nice looking place.
If House Demir's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Okay, this is restricted archives. So, got several things here.
Today, in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren. Eyes blazing not with hunger, but trembling, like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential. Insignificant, even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. Though you are tempted to read more, This does not seem to be the volume you are seeking.
Okay. We tone. We found a log.
In the year 1564 of the 6th astral era, the Amalja summoned Ifrit, their patron god. Accounts describe the being as a gigantic, lizard-like being with a potent command of fire aspect magics. If we consider that primal summoning is an act fueled by faith and prayer, it is unsurprising, if not expected, that the resulting deiform entity should manifest the appearance and powers with which it is attributed by its worshippers. What, then, might emerge from the ether should one who believes in an almighty omniscience attempt the same ritual? Would the scholar himself grace us with his presence? Some other embodiment of divine sagacity? Could this man-made God truly be all-knowing? And if it were, whence would such knowledge arise? I myself have many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world. With no spell to transport me back to the days of old, could I instead summon a being possessed of encyclopedic wisdom of every age? Yet with no means to verify its pronouncements, how could one be certain they were true? Though your mind spins with the possibilities discussed therein, this does not seem to be the volume you are seeking.
There's a round tome there. Is there any other books that I have missed? It doesn't look that way.
The following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuhashan, the 9th patriarch of House Demir.
That seems to be the book.
We present these research notes to the faculty of Charlian Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. You appear to have located the forbidden volume you seek. Y'shtola will need to make the final confirmation.
Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents.
Been research log detailing an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures, as devised by I can't pronounce those things.
Well done, Shauna. I think you may have found our prize.
And looks like it's going to be a voice-acted cutscene.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damir's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about. Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures, a talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations.
Dealt with those before.
Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings reveal that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon void scent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves? Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
Okay, we've gotten Eorzea, and the 7th Umbral Calamity has been added to the Unending Codex.
As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hanish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daemir project. Our business here is concluded, for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the forum.
Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled. Security mode engaged.
If anyone can help us, Nidhana can. I say we return to Thavner and look for her at the great work.
Okay.
All these sallow, sleep-deprived faces, but their eyes still burn with fiery zeal. Some things never change.
Y'shtola tells me you are pursuing a most fascinating study. And that you want me to be a part of it?
I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself.
Will it now? By the sisters. This is the mark of House Daemir. I never even knew such a work existed.
Few should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives, after all.
It was? But, that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it.
Oh my god. This is forbidden. I can't wait to learn about it.
To think the Daemir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder.
Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atomos?
I say yes. 1,000 times yes. Work on a Demir project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Charlian trembling in their sandals? No alchemist of the great work could resist.
You are a woman after my own heart.
Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once we build it?
Shrouds of the Void.
So, there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty? Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Adamus is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor.
Then by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we've finished gathering the components I require. Charlian's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals. But I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water.
For such a liquid, you need go no further than the font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of ether.
That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vitra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it, then? We meet back here anon.
Okay. And it's over there. I believe we're about to finish up this quest somewhat soon. At least based on the steps we've gone through and the amount of steps that I saw this one had, and the last two quests we have end up equaling 7 steps apparently. So I think I'm just gonna finish up the 6.1 MSQ, even though it's gonna go a little bit over the amount of time that I've set for this stream, but eh. And I'll just teleport back. Get to read all of that. I guess I can just read it once I speak with Stola. Oh, and Sinan is also here.
The boy Murid was glad to hear the news of the Foundation. It means a new life for him and his sister. Archon Y'shtola requested that I join you, but of her plans she offered scant detail. Oh, I forgot to mention. The font of Maya attracts aggressive wildlife, and you should watch out for them when, you go there next time. My apologies.
Do you have that flask for me?
Astrally aspected water. A flask filled with astrally infused water scooped from a strangely specific point in the depths of the fount of Maya.
Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Shauna.
Let's go with skill speed. Void Theory.
Look who I came across. Estinian seemed in need of diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lance. Right, then. Now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins.
Will we have need of Matsia's boat again? Not this time. Once Y'shtola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Okyali.
Your Excellency is ever the gracious host. Shall we?
And just fly on down there. Yeah, fly on down there.
You need not keep your weapons close at hand. The Guardians will not attack if I am present, so I pray you leave them be.
There.
And all this time I thought the tales of Alzadal's horde were no more than drunken sailors' fancies. 'Tis likely not needed with Varshan along, but I held onto the map against the chance we might return to the ruins.
Onto the boat, if you please. We can chat on the way there.
The ship is yours to command. Our thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting. Alzadal's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. I thought we cleared this place of constructs the last time we came through. 'Twould seem a few stragglers remained. He laid waste to them ere I could utter a single word.
Oh god, Estinian. Damn it.
Poor Vitra, he really should have spoken with Estinian before we left. I shudder to think what we've cost them in terms of construct materials.
God damn. Estinian, you goddamn idiot. Ah. That looks like a voice cutscene.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There is something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence, but I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts?
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Might as well go myself. Maybe send a familiar. Say nothing and look meaningfully at Estinian.
What? Why are you looking at me like that? Surely you'd not expect me to wriggle through that tiny portal.
We needn't attempt anything so drastic. A small familiar should serve well enough. Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
What?
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
From Ocean Rise, and cloudbank form. From mountain spring and rainfall storm. From river flow and life be born.
What's happening? What's going on?
Water, water, froth and foam!
Oh my god.
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh my god.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
You just don't say something like that. Holy shit. Especially with her voice during that last part. It got so high. Or it went into like a cutesy sort of tone. She didn't like doing that.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve as well. This one will bear a warding scale. And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nidana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
Oh, I know immediately what I'm gonna pick. I always am saying nothing. Froth and foam.
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know. Let us begin, shall we?
It's cute, Istola. Oh my god, that's so... It's cute, but also so fucking silly.
Nixies, into the void.
Jesus Christ, that fucking...
I struggle to picture Y'shtola as a little girl. Easier to believe she sprang fully formed from one of Master Mitoya's cauldrons. Sisters save me, I will never see Y'shtola the same way again. Froth and foam, indeed. Every time I come here, it reminds me of that dark portal above the crystal tower, and the final lash of Azdaja's tail as she plunged into the void.
We need to wait for a time to ensure a meaningful result. Be patient, and keep watch for any intruders.
Froth and foam. Water, froth, and foam. It's so fucking good.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side. Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time! I must reseal the Void Gate.
They're coming through!
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void!
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct, then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, The unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first, I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could, if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Okay. That was Void Theory. That should mean we only have, I think, one quest left.
Seeing the Void's terrors firsthand was an experience. But I doubt fear of such creatures is at the root of Vitra's hesitation.
Satrap's duty.
Once Nidhana succeeds in replicating the Mach Atomus, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours.
To be honest, I've no interest in visiting the Void myself. Might we discuss this later? There is something I must do first.
Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Ahem. Shall we proceed with our other preparations, then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the Void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation?
The Garland Ironworks, the Elegance, I'm not sure. Garland Ironworks, I'm pretty sure.
An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their operation in Ralgris Reach and commission their best and brightest.
Okay. I'm kind of wondering why they have sort of set up operations in Ralgris Reach. Also, we are just staying there. Nice. Did not expect that. Seems like Ralgris Reach has sort of become a base of operations for them, because there's JC's located here. They have, I believe those two are from Scarlet Ironworks. The Ironworks hand here. Junior engineer here.
Perhaps this young man can locate Sid for us.
I feel like JC would probably know it better. But, okay.
Shauna, what brings you to the Ironworks?
We have a commission for you and your president, actually. Assuming he's available.
Master Sid? Certainly, I'll see if he has a moment free. A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us? Heading into the void to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after Median and that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation? It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface, much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place.
And how might we achieve that?
We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as not to impede the talisman's primary function.
A suit of armor, as you said.
Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars.
Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait.
Ha, the hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do.
I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work, and see how Nidhana is getting on with the Mock Adamus.
Okay. We're just gonna get taken... Oh, we need to go there ourselves. Guessing basically with what Sid says there, that's probably due to the fact that, hey, yeah, the next patch wouldn't come out until like 4 months later, so yeah, that's basically what they, I guess, kind of mean by, hey, yeah, it's gonna take some time for us to do this.
The insatiable curiosity of our alchemists has ever amazed me, though I've largely left them to their own devices since we opened the gate together.
I hope Nidhana has good news for us.
Ah, Estola! The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless? Heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Radzat-Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan!
Oh.
You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Justinian with those two kids.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
And to protect them, well, you must take heart. Will you wallow in uncertainty forever? Let's go with that one.
You're saying I should seize this chance? Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you, and here I stand failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzat-Han. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavne for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
I will not squander this chance you have given me. I will find Azdaja. Convincing others to follow their hearts is not my forte. I would have gladly let our more philosophical comrades take the lead, had they been here. What? Someone needed to give that boy a good talking to. You don't suppose I'll be reprimanded, do you? I did just yell at the satrap.
True.
We'll have that Adamus built before you know it. When a project like this comes along, we give it our full and undivided attention. Sleep. Pa. Who needs it? Oh, that reminds me. I really should finish that other project I was working on for His Excellency.
You surprise me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vitra reach this conclusion.
'Twas for the greater good. The WYRM's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm.
What of your own answer, then? You seemed disinclined to venture into the void.
When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts. His endless rage my rage. And the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Radadoskar's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vitra that pain, then I will follow you.
An unusual crew we have here. Any other former science we should call on? It's 4 of us. Any others we should call upon?
I'd rather not bother our comrades with aught less than a dire threat to the star. We 4 should be sufficient for our purpose. Now, on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. 'Twould be more convenient had we some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself.
One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Meghatuta.
Okay, and that's where the quest ends as well. Once we finish this quest, we will basically be done with 6.1. Okay, and over here.
Conducting our expedition out of the Rising Stones would raise just as many questions as recruiting too many scions. At least here in Radsat Han, we might be expected to appear road-weary from our local explorations.
I was put up in a guest room in the palace while I awaited my audience with Vitra. I expect we'll be given the use of something similar. Please, may you aid the satrap in his endeavor, even as he aids you in yours. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, we will have you settled in Meghatuta in due time.
As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency.
You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Azdaja. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do.
I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be.
Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt.
On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidhana. If you've preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time.
All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, Shauna, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience. For you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know.
Go with critical hit. Cutscene. Because I feel like we usually get cutscenes at the end of patches. Like, while in the 13th. It's not that knight we saw earlier. Those four drones, certain elements.
I am returned. To this world, bereft of saviors.
Why does that words seem familiar? There's something about that character that seems familiar. I just can't figure out what it is. Also did this. Yep, newfound adventure. Nice. Yeah, the next quest is basically just straight into 6.2, but I think we might do that next week, maybe? Not sure yet. But I'm thinking that before we end the stream fully, we can just quickly go over the things that were announced during the live letter earlier. Because I did kind of look at some of them. Let's see. Got to the part where there's apparently a third deep dungeon that's gonna get added in 6.35, which is called Eureka Orthos. Players must first complete the Endwalker main scenario quest and complete end progress to 450 of the Palace of the Dead. And it says here that just some basic information on like what a deep dungeon is. Eureka Orthos will require level 81 or above to enter. Once inside, players will begin at level 81. Rules and functionality are generally identical to all the deep dungeons. Palace of the Dead Heaven on High. Duty support will be expanded to the following Heaven's Ward duties: the Great Google Library, Sorkai, the Aethero Chemical Research Facility, Tepatol, the Anti-Tower, and Baltar's Wall. So, if I am not mistaken, that should be... I think... Yep, all of Heaven's Ward will, with the release of 3.0 or 3, that's 6.3, all of Heaven's Ward will be able to be done, or all of Heaven's Ward MSQ will be able to be done with the duty support, except for the trials, of course. Let's see, then there's some stuff regarding PvP and PvE updates. Jump adjustments will be applied to PvP and PvE. No large skill changes are planned, but Paladin's rotation will be heavily revised, apparently. More on this will come, or will be covered in next live letter. No adjustments to PvP actions on deck. Series 3 will begin in 6.3, as well as Season 5 of Crystalline Conflict. New arena for Crystalline Conflict will be added, looking to be in Kugane Castle, apparently. And then there's some crafting and gathering updates. Tulin enchantment quests are coming for crafters in 6.35, featuring Renault. So I guess we're going back to the first for that. New custom deliveries will be added. The new client seems to be a mystery at the moment. Collectability values will be displayed for reference when gathering collectible items. Primary fishing locations, preferred bait, and additional conditions will be added to the fish guide. A new spearfishing location will be added to Abo Lanosia, a first for Realm-Reborn zones. I can't remember any place in Lanosia where you can even swim. But you can't swim in a lot of places in Reborn. So I guess in the fish guide you can now start seeing what bait fish like, because it currently doesn't do that. Yeah, it doesn't show any of that. So that might help a little bit with figuring out what bait you need. Don't think it even shows it over here. If I... Yeah, it doesn't say anything for any of them. That's gotta be nice for fishers. Island Sanctuary will be updated with new ranks, missions and item rewards, new materials, crops, animals, and island works. Handicrafts will be added. And we're apparently shown pictures of a griffin, a tiger, and a morphle seedling. And one of the pictures it shows as well, which is one of the things you can build, seems to be an obstacle course of sorts. Maybe not obstacle course, it's like... It's sort of a garden thing, but there's like walkways up to certain places you can sit. It looks pretty nice. New structures will be added, improvements to the workshop interface. Based feedback will be added, particularly regarding the agenda/supply and demand/earnings report. There will be an option to collect all available yields/leavings at once. Nice, that is so nice. Animals under care will also be eligible for release upon a new animal's captured. That I think is going to help a lot of people that have fucked up somehow. We'll also be able to save orchestration settings, and visitors will now hear the Isle Keep's orchestration selection. Nice. Location will be displayed should visitors arrive at your island. Treasure hunt be updated with a new dungeon, shifting gymnasia. The shifting gymnasium Agonon, I think it is. Portal is accessible via a new Elpis-centric treasure map. Okay. Then there we have some miscellaneous updates. The goals also will receive a new course added for the Leap of Faith minigame. Nice. Housing additional wards for all residential areas will be added. Okay. Hold on, what? 6 wards and 6 subdivisions, so we're just getting 6 wards in every single area. That means apparently 1,800 new plots per world. They are planned for sale, or these are planned for sale by lottery, and details regarding FC versus private plot distribution will be announced at a later date. Okay. Onto UI improvements. Icons for damage types will now be displayed in the battle log and flying text. That is a huge thing that players have been asking for, because previously we've not it's not been known whether unless you did heavy research on it, or testing game, it was impossible to basically know if an attack was a physical or a magic type attack, or if it was apparently unique, which is also one, but it will now apparently be displayed when you take damage. In the damage numbers, it will say if it's physical, magical, or unique, apparently. The ability to display remaining time for buffs, debuffs in the party list has been added. That's a nice thing, because now it's possible to see if your heals over time are still on a player. Which before you basically need to have a tank, for example, as your focus. It also helps if you can see if a debuff that you can remove with Izuna, if it's just a small downside, if it's paralysis, for example, or poison. If it's about to run out, you don't need to cure it, essentially, I guess. A third UI theme has been added. Portraits will now display using the duty finder. Only party member portraits will be displayed in 24 player duties. How does this? Oh, okay, so I guess you can basically have your portraits that you can take. You can basically have those be displayed in the party. That's nice, I guess. Apparently if you're in 24 mans, only your own party will have their things being displayed. Expansion of available actions when using fashion accessories. Nice. Ability to cast glamours and dye retainer equipment without removing it. Nice. Ability to cast glamours on your own equipment directly from your retainer's inventory. That's also nice. If you basically store it in there, which some people do, if they have way too many things. Ability to filter newly added items at Sundry Splendors vendors. Okay. And then there's some announcements apparently. Tactics Ogre Reborn screenshot sweepstake. It's on the way. That ends on the 14th, I believe. Kinda wants maybe going to participate in that. Sanctuary's Heart, Final Fantasy XIV Chill Arrangement album is now available digitally. I guess some music. A fourth set of official line stickers are available. Orchestra Concert 2022. Ocean Symphony conduct an additional lottery ticket sale on certain days for performance in Japan. Okay. The team is planning to celebrate, or is planning a lot to celebrate Rumborn's 10th anniversary next year. So that's also gonna be exciting. That's nice. So yeah, a lot of stuff is gonna get added apparently. With 6.3 and I guess also just 6.35. Nice. Okay. Well, it's been almost 5 hours now, an hour longer than I expected. Let's just jump over to this scene. So, I need to figure out who to rate now, because I'm basically thinking of ending the stream now, because it's been, as I said, almost 5 hours. The question is just who to rate. Recto, why you do this? It's been 5 hours. I usually only do a 4-hour stream. I'm a bit tired at this point. But yeah. Okay, now the question is just, I'm considering maybe rating Yoko. The thing is just, he has been streaming for 3 hours, so I don't know how much longer he's gonna stream. Might as well just rate him still. I do think that he did an around 4-hour stream yesterday, so he's probably gonna go for another hour or so, I think. So we might as well just him. So, currently, at least as far as I believe, tomorrow we should still have I'm a blank on what it's called now, the Stardew Valley collab should hopefully still happen tomorrow. I can't be 100% certain on that, but so far we haven't had any cancellations at least, so assuming everything goes as planned, we will have a stream probably at around like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the evening, Danish time. And I'm thinking we will probably make it to summer. I think, like, first day of summer, because I think we like finished on the completed day 14, and then we ended the stream on day 15 of spring. So yeah. Hopefully stream there at least of Stardew Valley. If it ends up getting cancelled, though, I'll just be doing a Elden Ring stream, but we'll see what ends up happening. And then the plan is basically just that on Tuesday, as per usual, I will basically just do another Elden Ring stream, unless school ends up resulting in me not being able to do it. But hopefully there shouldn't be anything that prevents me from doing a stream there, because we are starting on another like school project on Monday, but I don't really know if like how really we're gonna get started on the project and such, but I don't know. But yeah, not much else really to say, I guess. So we'll just go ahead and rate Ryoko, and yeah, hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. And yeah, until next time, everyone, I'll see ya.